Stand by. I'm putting together the live stream. Final touches. I'll be with y'all shortly. Audio is working good. That's good. So, welcome everybody to the Area 111 live stream. This is your host RH coming at you again from the beautiful sunshine state of Florida. Welcome everybody to a little bit overcast today, but it was still a nice day. Really muggy and hot. We're kind of used to that. Us Floridians appreciate y'all coming in tonight. Okay, the title of the live stream is Resurgence. Okay, I'm going to basically um, start off where I left off last night. And I want to try to stay focused. I have a guest that might pop up on the panel tonight. Hopefully it shows up. And thank you everybody again for being here. Now I do have an avatar set. So if y'all want to see basically my bright and shiny face a few years back, a little bit grayer or whiter, I should say, on top. But that's me, myself, and I there. Good to see everybody. RIR, I think that is, or RLR. Good to see everybody. As you welcome y'all when they come. If I miss you, it's probably because I'm switching back and forth to Rumble. I try to keep an eye on the Rumble chat, but I'm going to be honest. This is a one-man show pretty much for live streams. I don't have a studio. I'm not complaining. I'm not whining or nothing like that. I don't have a crew working for me, editors, that kind of thing, and producers and all that kind of stuff these mega channels have. But well, it could have been that way, but back about, I don't know, 4 years ago or whatever, they deplatformed me off of YouTube, and so I had to get spun up on Rumble after they deplatformed me twice on YouTube. So censoring me, throttling back the channel, shadow banning, preempting my channels and that kind of thing. I got used to it. We had to talk in code, believe it or not, talk in code. I never thought as a, serving my country that while either I was in active duty, on active duty, or after I retired, that I would ever see the day where they would censor the truth. And yeah, Goyim, yeah, whatever. Uh, the nations, whatever. I'm not worried about that. Trying to stay focused and whatever on this on the live stream, and I'm gonna make some corrections of the live stream I made, far as what I made last night. Now it's kind of funny, and I've seen this with other people that are veterans that are they're pretty reliable when it comes to information going out there in the far as the public goes, and trying to basically inform people what's going on. So, anyways, last night I talked about Cindy Crawford basically cross-dressing as George W. To be on the front page of George magazine, which is JFK Jr.'s live stream, not live stream, magazine. And I basically said that the cross-dressing from a woman to a man, Cindy Crawford, Crawford is the key word or name there. I said that's in reference to the rumors about Herbert Hoover. Now, I meant to say J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, whatever you call it, right? Back in the day, there's rumors that, he's had, relations with other men, and I'm just going to leave that there. But that was really as kind of like a dumb mistake. Now, I've heard other people during their live streams. And sometimes we do impromptu. This is kind of like a casual live stream tonight. So, anyways, um, uh, so I've heard people while in a live stream speaking on their channel and forgetting names. So I forgot Bill Ayers' name when I was talking about the Communist Socialist Manifesto that he planned to have released in the New York Times on September 11th, 2001. I couldn't remember Bill Ayers' name, and that's, a lot of topics come up about Bill Ayers. I couldn't remember Roger Stone's name, talking about how the Mockingbird media was in tow and they basically raided his home at 0:30, really early in the morning. They were tipped off CNN, and they were right there to get the full video, live video of how that occurred. Perk walking, his wife, and all this stuff. He he was not a terrorist. You know, he was not, a man of crime or like stuff like that. Basically the only error he made was he was not going to false witness against Donald Trump. That was for them the biggest error. So they basically punished him. They punished him. And they perk walked his wife. I think she's either blind or she lost her hearing or something like that. Totally unnecessary. Well, they got the video clip of them perk walking his wife. So I wonder how much money was changed hands as far as these ridiculous raids, like on Mar-a-Lago. We all know, as far as the world economy goes and the globalist economy goes, that they knew that if Trump got elected the first time or reelected the second time, that would basically affect trillions of dollars, basically around the globe, like the global economy as a whole. That would negatively affect their grift, their super grift, in the future. So that was one of the main reasons, motives to take out the president of the United States and set up this false, Russia stuff and everything else that ensued. Now, if the shoe was on the other foot, they had the money. They had the money to basically imprison people for actual crimes, because it all added up to being a broader criminal conspiracy to overthrow our duly elected government. And they set that up before Donald Trump ever got in office the first time on January 20th of 2017. Now, we all know this. We all know this. Well, basically, it boils down to treason, and they thought they'd run out the clock, and okay, 5 years, okay, statute of limitations is going to end up, and they'll throw us, they'll throw us some type of information that is basically meaningless, or if there's somebody on their team they want to throw under the bus, they'll throw out information on that person and get people, oh wow, accountability is finally here, right? Accountability is finally here. So now I talked about these kind of like premonitions we hear from Hollywood, from these directors and the writers of these movies. Remember, how many times was 9/11 referred to before 9/11, September 11th, 2001? How many times did Hollywood basically signal to 9/11? Now, another mistake I'd like to make clear up tonight is the countdown, the ET countdown to basically destroy the White House, the Capitol building, and basically Washington, D.C., and basically eliminate the leadership. They paused that countdown in the movie Independence Day. You can all go watch that. If you have Tubi, you can watch the movie The Independence Day for free. If you have that app where you can watch TV and their TV and whatever, or movies, whatever, you can watch that movie for free. And if you want to watch that movie, if you basically fast forward it to the ETs, the mothership, about ready to basically destroy the White House, the Capitol building, right? They paused it at 9/11. So we all saw 9/11. So I'm going to try to share that avatar again, where they paused it at in the movie. During the movie, that was directed. It paused at 9/11, and I got a screenshot of that. So that wasn't when they were actually going to use that direct energy, right? Direct energy weapons. Hey, Tanya, good to see you here. Yeah, thank you for being here. I made some corrections here. I'm still going through some. Man, last night, I don't know what was happening. I couldn't remember names and stuff like that. And so I come back to make some corrections. If you go back and review the live stream that started tonight, you can see some of those corrections. And basically, again, please everybody share the live stream so more people can be informed. Now, the place card holder I put on Rumble was Dr. Paul Gosar. Now, Dr. Paul Gosar was the first objector to read the election fraud evidence into record during the joint session, and I think he came back after they basically had to stop the session because of all the interruptions, where they started interrupting him as soon as he started reading off the election fraud in Arizona, right? So we talked about that a little bit in detail last night. I would like to basically point out, though, anybody can go watch that joint session of the certification process on January 6th of 2021. You can go watch it for yourself. Yeah. Yeah, we all like Dr. Paul Gosar. The problem, and even RFK Jr. has the same speech impediment. We have to give those people a break. Tune out the impediment, say, like a disability, and listen to what they have to say. These are really good, patriotic men, in my opinion. Please listen to them. Now, basically, within part of his speech, he had basically exposing the election fraud. He said it was 30,000 illegal aliens that voted in the 2020 election. Now that's on record. That's official. That's Congress. That's on record in the congressional session. He had the evidence. He gathered together as much evidence as he could to be an objector, right? And to basically that prompt Vice President Pence to actually do his job and basically initiate a bipartisan, objective investigation into the election fraud allegations. A lot of these are no longer allegations. So I'm going to get back to, so I just thought I'd throw that in there. We're still upset because none of these people have been held accountable. Now, J6 again, they had the intel, government officials had the intel that there possibly could be riots and violence that day. And that's an understatement, probably what the intel gave Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, Marion Bowser, all those key leaders in Washington, D.C. that were in charge of that process in Congress called the certification process. It was their responsibility to ensure that Capitol building was properly secured. And what did they do? They had two plans before. That was a broader criminal conspiracy, premeditated conspiracy to basically ensure where they had to evacuate the Capitol building because they had a subjective letter that the deep state put together from Georgia, the Secretary of State, Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, to basically, that was a subversion letter for the objectors of the elections, and basically give false intel that Trump led an insurrection in the Capitol building to obstruct the certification process, which was a total lie. Anybody with any common sense understands if the President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief offers 10,000 National Guard troops trained in riot control to secure the Capitol, there would have never been an insurrection. So who were the insurrectionists? The ones that received the intel and knew that danger existed, and it was given to them in a timely manner to take precautions and secure that Capitol properly. They refused to do it because they had an insurrection plan. They had, as far as Article 14, I believe it is, they were going to accuse Trump of an insurrection so he can never, ever hold office again. Not only that, charge him with treason or high crimes after he got out of office. And they made sure they did everything humanly possible. And with the help with their boss, Satan, they did everything possible to ensure that Trump would never be reelected and would be permanently silenced by being thrown in prison. This is the God's the honest truth. Now, if you want to read that subversion letter to the objectors like Kelly Loeffler. She was an objector that morning of January 6th before the joint session started. She's a senator of Georgia. The subversion letter came from her Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. Perger, I think his name. It's not burger like with a B, it's Perger, I believe it is. Okay, that was the subversion letter. That subversion letter went out, I believe it went out after the basically they evacuated out both the Senate and House chambers when they were hearing the election fraud evidence being read on record. This is very, very important. Very important. And so only 5 years, right? Only 5 years. I'm not whining about it, but see, that shows you how they shadow ban this channel. Now, when they deplatformed me, I only had on YouTube, I was new on YouTube basically, and they deplatformed me. I only had like over 10,000 viewers at that time. After they deplatformed me and I started Rumble, the Rumble channel, to basically escape from the censorship, the basically muzzling and putting a gag on RH, right? Gag order on RH covertly. I've had over 100,000 viewers on Rumble. So if you come into this channel and you go, "Wow, this guy's only got 6 views. He's a nobody." Whatever. You have a right to your opinion. I used to do the exact same thing. I used to look for the most popular channels, and those were the ones that I would listen to. And I think that's a disservice to our community. We should empower everybody in our community to speak the truth and research and find the evidence and share it to each and every one of us. Not pick your favorites, whatever, like in a sport game or basketball game or baseball game or whatever, because you like that team on our side, right? We should be listening to get everybody. That's the American way, to allow other people to basically express their opinions freely and openly without personal character attacks in the chat and all this other stuff. And, it's ridiculous. So anyways, we already know what happened. They know we know what happened. And just like what they tried to do to Trump, could you imagine how many people they could have falsely imprisoned if they didn't have any money to fight for themselves and defend themselves? Could you imagine? They would have thrown every single MAGA person that wearing a MAGA hat or whatever, or supporting MAGA or even America First. They would have thrown every single one of us in prison. And you heard people in government even saying that's what they should do, and basically using insightful names and basically false witnessing against millions of us that they don't like just because we supported President Trump. Now, I'll say this again, and I'll say it. I'll keep on saying it. We did not elect Donald John Trump to be our savior or our Messiah. We elected him to be the president of the United States for American first and to make America great again. Now, see, they turned that into evil, and that's Satan's playbook. The personal character attacks on innocent men, women, and children, libel, slandering, defamation, taking away our livelihoods. That's exactly what they did. And it started, in far as hindsight 2020 vision goes, that's when they really amped it up. They started it, really it started during the presidential campaign in 2016. That's when it really started. Okay, so the title of tonight's live stream is Resurgence. So stand by. Now, remember when I talked about when I was discussing Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, which reads, the United States shall guarantee to each state in this union a republican form of government and shall ensure against invasion and against domestic violence. Remember, they directed the invasion into our country. They directed the invasion from mainly the invasion was on steroids. They had caravans basically heading our way before the Biden third term started, which was January 20th of 2021. Okay, I'm trying to change out the avatar again. Okay, so hopefully this will change out. Let me see here. Let me get up to where I'm live here. Okay, so now I'm going to start to put in some of these facts, right, and use keywords, and y'all follow along, okay? So they basically they directed an invasion into our country for 4 years. We believe that there was approximately 20 million people that they brought in from predominantly socialist and communist countries, okay? Predominantly socialist and communist countries. So, along with the invasion that they directed into our country, I want to basically highlight out loud the organization that was basically vital in that basically directing the invasion. And the National Democratic Redistricting Committee. You have to look it up. It's an organization where they were directing the illegals to come into the districts where they need them to take over supermajorities. Supermajorities where we can never, conservatives, Christian conservatives, and Republicans could never, ever win again because they rigged the playing field. It's like, okay, our side of the field, we got over 100 yards to get to basically score a touchdown. They moved their goal within basically only 1 yard away from the goal line for them to score. They rigged all three branches of our government: the judicial branch of government, the executive branch of government, executive and legislative branch of government. They rigged every single branch of government. And I don't care what anybody says, because of their invasion, and they knew they were getting briefings from like Border Patrol chiefs and all that stuff. They were getting the intel briefing from January 20th of 2021 to January 20th of 2025, when President Trump was reelected and entered office. They already knew all the deaths, or the estimated numbers of deaths due to fentanyl alone was in the hundreds of thousands due to their open borders policies, right? Which goes against the U.S. Constitution as far as Article 4, Section 4 goes. The United States shall guarantee to each state in this union against invasion and against domestic violence. That's the President of the United States authority as not only the President of the United States, but also as Commander-in-Chief to ensure against invasion and to ensure against domestic violence. It doesn't matter if you got sanctuary state or sanctuary city or sanctuary county or whatever they want to contrive. If they facilitated and directed invasion, they facilitated and directed violent riots, which we have evidence they did, they have committed crimes. And it doesn't matter if you are in the judicial branch of government, if you're in the legislative branch of government, or you're in the executive branch of government. You don't have immunity to basically for treason or orchestrating the overthrow of the United States of America. And I will add to the communist, socialist overthrow of our country. Now, many people don't know this, and you have to go, it's in the archives in the New York Times. Before September 11, 2001, before Bill Ayers, the leader of the Weather Underground, their symbol, their patch or whatever of the Weather Underground is a lightning strike, and it is the rainbow. He put out his Communist Socialist Manifesto, planned to have it released in New York Times. And my question is with the New York Times, did they have foreknowledge of an attack in D.C. and on the trade towers, the trade tower buildings beforehand? You have to go back and listen to that Communist Socialist Manifesto that was planned in advance to be released on 9/11. 9/11, 2001 was the 30-year anniversary of Nikita Khrushchev. Nikita Khrushchev, remember the Cuban Missile Crisis? Remember how the left, the Democrats, basically was putting wanted posters on the telephone pole side, on the side of buildings, and put out flyers back on November 21st of 1963 with President Kennedy's mugshot on there, and the sign said "Wanted for treason." Why were they going to try to, permanently silence President Kennedy? Because he colluded with Russia. He colluded with Russia to stave off a possible nuclear holocaust. And there was a standoff. Remember, those intermediate range nuclear weapons were in Cuba, already pointed at Florida and the United States, the eastern seaboard. He went through back channels to basically work with Nikita Khrushchev, the Union Socialist Soviet, listen to this, Union Socialist Soviet Republic premier leader. And by the way, Nikita Khrushchev was a Ukrainian. Oh, does that wake you up a little bit? No, a lot of people, you're absurd, RH, whatever. You have a right to say what you have. And they sent these little page trolls in here. I'm going to ignore if I have to turn off the chat in its entirety. So, for all the wrenches here, pay very close attention to the chat tonight. Got any troublemakers putting out personal attacks against anyone? Show them the door. Show them the door. For them, this is all fun and games, right? For them, it's all fun and games. It's only about the money. They could care less. So, we have all the evidence. We have all the evidence. Now, Um, so the Weather Underground, I like to say this, their symbol was the rainbow. Okay, you know the rainbow, those in the rainbow community. Um, and I'm not saying anything, I'm not accusing anybody. These are all just opinions, right? My my beliefs based on the evidence I've uncovered as far as doing a whole lot of research. So going back to January 6th of 2021, they knew they knew that they brought in people from foreign countries. Basically, that was what's called, I said, the invasion from 2021, even before Biden got back in office for their third term, while Trump was in office, they were basically covertly bringing in people from foreign countries, right, to be part of these activities like J6. Remember the color revolutionaries? They flew them in. They came in covertly, right? And some of them were working in the crowds. We already have evidence that this God's honest truth. Now, again, going back to 9/11. Okay, so let me follow up on that as far as the certification process. Again, they had foreknowledge that there was going to be an attack or possible um, uh, riots. I mean, I'm guaranteed that the saboteurs and all this provocateurs, all of those people, they knew they were going to be in the crowd. They had two plans. Plan A was to ensure that Donald Trump could not get any boots on the ground at the Capitol because it was the J6 setup, Capitol Hill setup. That's what it was. Plan A was to ensure he didn't get the National Guard troops that was needed to properly secure the Capitol building so they would allow the breach to occur, set up the breach into the Capitol, have all those people, all those congressmen and senators basically evacuate the Capitol, provide them the subversion letter from Brad Raffensperger, which was provided to Pence, members of our U.S. Congress, and the U.S. Senate, to basically get them to change their objection status. Kelly Loeffler was the first one. Paul Gosar did not basically continued on with his objection status to basically try to compel Mike Pence to do his job, which was his constitutional duty to do that. They did everything by their playbook to ensure that never happened, to ensure the American people and the world never knew what they did and how they rigged the election. So that's my opinion. I have to say that, right? It's my opinion. It's just a hunch. Even after all the evidence been even read in official government sessions, that's just my opinion. Come on now. How many times are they going to play us? What's that saying about fool me once? Shame, shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. How many times are we going to allow these people? They're basically just in there for the money. They could care less, and in there for positions of higher power, which gives them more money, and that money is the root of all evil, right? The love of money is the root of all evil, because it takes the money to do these evil things. It takes a whole lot of money to overthrow governments around the world, overturn and rig elections all around the world. It takes a whole lot of money. And believe me, there's people out there, if the price is right, they'll do it. And they'll do everything to make sure that they're not caught. destroying any kind of records, whatever, planting evidence, false evidence. John Brennan, are you listening? Right? Oh, you want make sure that those records aren't destroyed? What, the ones that you planted? Like they planted documents, and when they brought the GSA, basically that was Biden's GSA that brought those documents to Mar-a-Lago, by the way. How many people even know that, right? Jack, and they set up the Jack Smith prosecutor, right? So this was all a setup. The Mar-a-Lago setup, you name it, it was all setups. Now, not everything is a conspiracy theory, right? Not everything is even, there's a name for an educated, highly educated opinion, right? There's another word for that. So, Plan A, Plan B on J6 of 2021. Plan A was to basically evacuate out the Capitol, blame Trump for an insurrection so he can never hold office again, and possibly falsely imprison him once he was out of office. Remember that impeachment, they tried to carry that on after they overthrew and basically stole the election, in my opinion. So what was Plan B? In case President Trump was successful in getting 10,000, who was out there to ensure that Trump didn't use the military on the streets of America without his permission? That was the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley. We have him on record that he basically ordered the other chiefs of their departments, right, of their branch, that Trump ordered any military troops on the streets of America to report to him, and he would deem whether that was constitutional or not. See how they had it? They had all their bases covered. All their bases covered. Even the bases covered through the military. So, what was Plan B? If he was successful, President Trump was successful, and commander-in-chief of those National Guard troops, and they adequately secured the Capitol. Well, you remember the pipe bomber putting out pipe bombs in front of the DNC headquarters and RNC headquarters in Washington, D.C.? Remember Kamala Harris? What was she doing in the DNC headquarters building? Why wasn't she at the Capitol building? So there's questions were asked. So what does that have to do? How's that Plan B on J6, RH? They're going to call in a bomb scare to evacuate the separate Senate and separate House chambers where they were reading the election fraud evidence into record. They're going to evacuate both houses and basically subvert the objectors with Brad Raffensperger's letter. Now, anybody can go out there and read Brad Raffensperger's letter, the fraudulent letter, and the fraudulent claims about the most secure election in U.S. history and all this BS. You can go read it at Voter GA, right? Voter GA for Georgia. Georgia's Secretary of State, refutation of Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger's letter. There's 18 pages. It fills you in on all the election fraud evidence in the state of Georgia. Now, Paul Gosar basically finished off. The next one up on deck was Kelly Loeffler. And she changed her objection status. And I believe They compelled her to change her objection status because the evidence that she had basically already collected before she went in to the Capitol building that morning to be an objector, she already had the evidence. And she changed her objection status. What deals were made? What deals were made? And I remember her speech. I basically have a recording of her speech. You have to go read all this. So plan A, which is successful, ensure they evacuate out and obstruct the certification process, the constitutional certification process, that basically, in many of our opinions, that Vice President Mike Pence basically just overlooked or whatever, or it was compelled. I don't know. Somebody handed him a coin. I don't know what that had to do with it. Whatever. It's basically common sense. They never came out and exposed. Look how long it took them to expose who the pipe bomber is. Well, has Discovery come out? Oh, that's nobody. It was just some guy. He was off his rocker, probably MK Ultra, victim, whatever. It's a lone wolf that, John Hinckley Jr. was a lone wolf. Crooks was a lone wolf. Ruth was a lone wolf. Lee Harvey Oswald was a lone wolf. Everybody's a lone wolf. They got all their patsies set up. That's what the surveillance state is able to do. And they're professionals at it, setting up patsies. Even people basically trying to help protect members of our government, any member of our government, from violence or attempts. So, before I forget, I'm going to add, this is not going to be part of the live stream tonight, but I just want people to take note. Notice the effigies and the signs and the billboards they had out there in Tehran during that funeral session, whatever. Remember the effigies they put together of Trump? Remember the effigies, what do you call that? In foreign countries? Remember NATO countries? Okay. Man, the sovereign really had a standing ovation. The Congress has the authority as a sovereign. He's talking about the sovereign. He's talking about us as subjects or peasants, right? Under the crown. We're in servitude to the crown. I don't think so. We have to reread the Declaration of Independence in our Constitution for those that believe that is true. He said the Congress has the authority of checks and balances on the executive. Who was he talking about? That was Trump. Trump. What about that No King's Day? Interfering, being part of the surveillance state. Edward Snowden already released the information. Don't blame me. Blame him. And believe me, he had good reason to hightail it to Russia because, well, use your imagination. What's up, devil dog? Is that your devil dog patch on your far as your avatar symbol is? I can't see that far without a telescope. So anyways, good to see you, devil dog. Heck, I forgot your real name, man. It's been so long, man. So, but you still got that really nice wrench, I see. I think I could have used you a little bit earlier in the chat, but thank you. Yes, right. Show your support. It's free. That's correct. All this research, all these years, RH's research is, my personal time, no, I guess that's what people that are retired, retired from active duty and retired from the, what do you call that? Private sector. There you go. That's what we do, That's what a lot of us do. But yeah, they had remember those little symbols where it shows, Trump, being hung or whatever. And they had the same ones they were basically holding up in Tehran at that funeral procession. They were saying the same things that the socialists and communists have been saying about Trump from day one, even before day one, even back in 2016 during the basically campaign. The same MO, the same propaganda, the same psychological warfare operation. Okay, who's basically not helping us to make sure the free navigation of all these oil tankers and cargo ships through the Strait of Hormuz and Persian Gulf? Who's out there obstructing that? Who hasn't? Who hasn't? Who's been aiding and abetting the terrorist organizations that is basically commit terrorist acts around the world? Who is aiding and abetting them? Well, you're aiding and abetting them if you don't even actually provide material support for the basically find all those mines in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Hormuz or the Strait of Hormuz, right? You're an accessory. You're accessory to mass murder by your supporting the regime. Supporting the regime after they've already, what's been alleged, killed over 10,000 or tens of thousands of their own citizens because they were out there peacefully protesting. Peacefully protesting. So that's what socialists, remember, National Socialist is the abbreviation or whatever acronym for National Socialist is Nazi. Nazis. Go look it up for yourself. All you got to do is Google search it. Okay. Article 4, Section 4. Thank you for being here, Devil Dog. You can chime in on this if you want to. Article 4, Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union, that means now all 50 states, a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion and on application of the legislature or of the executive when the legislature cannot be convened against domestic violence. And that means those out there putting out, permanently silencing orders like Tehran is doing, the IRGC and Islamic Republic of Iran are doing this very day. May not be at nighttime, but believe me, it's pretty much nonstop. Either electronic communications. So I'm wondering, since we have no material support or military support or even funds to basically ensure the free and safe navigation of international shipping, which includes tankers and um, cargo ships. So they basically they're using anything they can to drop the popularity of President Trump, and they're going to do anything they can in November to ensure that they take over a supermajority, and the socialists, the Nazi, the true fascist, Nazis, socialists, and communists, that they have a supermajority. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to start the impeachment process, right? Again, they're going to have all these bogus crimes that they already have locked and loaded, ready to go. You think when they're quiet, they're being good little boys and girls? They're having resurgence now come in covertly into our country. Remember, they facilitated the invasion into our country for 4 years, costing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of American citizens, men, women, and children. And the overall majority of those people that were killed were innocent victims. Raped, killed, basically assaulted, criminally assaulted, stealing from them, you name it. The overall majority of those people are honest people to this day. The ones that are not with us anymore, they might have been addicted to drugs or whatever, and fallen down on some hard times. That's what happens when you don't make America great again. People lose their jobs, they lose their family, they lose everything they have. They're on the streets. What do you think they believe they have to live for? Now, I'm not talking about ending, whatever, that horrible thing. I'm not talking about it. Okay? So they don't get any ideas. So let's just talk about, so I already got out plan A and plan B, right? Plan A and plan B on J6 was already discussed. Okay? The evidence is still there. So 5 years, it's been over 5 years ago, right? Yeah. Over 5 years ago. That clock, it didn't stop ticking at 9/11. Or it didn't pause at 9/11, right? Like in this movie, Independence Day, directed by Roland Emmerich, a German citizen, also part of the Rainbow Flag gang. Okay, part of the Rainbow Flag. I just thought that I'm not accusing him of doing anything. He might be the best thing since sliced bread. I don't know. Put out a lot of great movies. I love, like The Day After Tomorrow, Independence Day, Independence Resurgent Day, and Stargate. That's probably one of my favorite movies, if not my favorite movie. Okay, so let's get into some of these clues now before 9/11. So they were really in there. Oh, really in there. So that avatar photograph. So let me finish that thought real quick about the statute of limitations. See, they think they're all free and clear, and DC two-step that evidence from getting out there, and they said, "Oh, it's past the statute of limitations." Well, treason and a broader criminal conspiracy that are still ongoing. Oh, it was the most secure elections in U.S. history. Remember Chris Krebs? Krebs, whatever. Remember his statement? Or Bill Barr. Oh, there was not enough election fraud to overturn the results. How do you know when you didn't even sat on your big butt and you didn't actually do a thorough investigation, at least to collect the evidence that they already had? Well, Bill Barr goes back to the former CIA director, right? Worked for the former CIA director, George Herbert Walker Bush, right? Right. So J6 2021, 5 years after 2021 would be J6 2026. It's already passed. That's why they kept on two-stepping. They won't even present stuff before Congress. It won't even get to the committees to basically do a proper, thorough investigation, congressional investigation. They blocked all the evidence, the true evidence, the really revealing evidence. They pretty much blocked it all. And they throttle ban, and anybody that's a whistleblower, guess what? Guess what they are entitled to? Rest assured, they're going to be on the watch list. We go back to the watch list that basically was contracted out by the FBI, the CIA, and other agencies back in 2008. They conduct the Analysis Corporation during that time in 2008 during the campaign. John Brennan. See, that's let me see this here. Okay. Back in 2008, John Brennan was the president or executive director of the Analysis Corporation. Okay. So look at that. So they're trying to divert my attention away from, the facts I'm about to give you. So to try to discombobulate me, right? It's not going to work. So I'm going to remember where I left off at. Let's see here. Now that they bring back and they'll come in with another profile, right? That's their MO. So John Brennan basically was the director or the president of the Analysis Corporation, which is a contractor working for the FBI, the CIA, the intelligence agency. I think, let's see, 2008. Yes, they already have the Department of Homeland Security. So what did the Analysis Corporation do? They helped those agencies to basically conduct surveillance on their potential political adversaries. They would conduct surveillance, especially over whistleblowers, hack into their computers, whatever. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. But look at their mission, the Analysis Corporation. This was during 2008 campaign for president. Basically, the two candidates ended up being Barry Soetoro Obama, whatever his real name is, Barack Hussein Obama, who cares, right? Now, and John McCain. So the Analysis Corporation was conducting surveillance to dredge up, to muckrake information to basically eliminate any type of opposition against Barack Obama. And remember, John Brennan was the senior campaign advisor for Barack Obama in 2008. Now, remember, the Analysis Corporation, the government contracts were only about $15 million a year. It averaged around $15 million a year. The payoff, in my opinion, was after John Brennan was successful in getting their selection in the White House, and in my opinion, including the breach of the U.S. State Department when they hacked into Obama's records, and I think John Brennan sent one of his agents, at least that's according to Tori Berge. Okay, her name might have changed now because she got, I think, remarried or divorced from Patrick Berge. But anyways, she claims that John Brennan gave the order to go into the U.S. State Department to basically purge Obama's damning records, or records that would basically make him ineligible to be the president of the United States. So Barack Obama is literally, physically, was a intelligence construct, an intel construct for the globalists to get into power to achieve their goals. That's who he was. There's people that wrote books on this already. People have put out a lot of information, but guess what? Those are the ones that won't be New York Times bestsellers, right? I'm pretty sure there's not a bestseller out there that's basically exposed how the intel community, and it goes all the way back to George Herbert Walker Bush, and remember, it goes all the way back to even to JFK, because they used the same MO they used on JFK, President John F. Kennedy, that they try to use on Trump. Remember, it was John Brennan that came out there publicly and said that Donald Trump, candidate Trump, was an agent for Russia. So what was their beef? What was the Democrats' beef? And they want to get rid of President Kennedy. Well, he was going to shut down or expose the intel community, or the communist infiltration or socialist infiltration in our country. He's going to go back to the he's going to make the standard, the silver. Remember the silver certificates? Remember that? So there's a lot of motives for those, that reason, and also because he worked with Russia covertly through back channels to ensure there wasn't a nuclear holocaust. And I just talked about that earlier on this channel tonight. Basically, remember the Cuban Missile Crisis. There was a standoff between nuclear weapons between the United States, Cuba, and the Soviet Union. We have to put it, we can't think of terms of like the Soviet Union, just of a Russia, okay? So just like President Trump, he worked through the back channels to communicate with Russia for the deconfliction zone, to basically have deconfliction zones. Basically, that by law, after what happened with President Kennedy and the Cuban Missile Crisis, by law, they set up a communication center inside the White House that they have on every hour, I believe, or when anything major comes up, to have a deconfliction, so we don't have a problem with nuclear weapons being launched at each other. They can stop it. So because of how hard it was to basically get the information back then to Nikita Khrushchev, the premier of the Soviet Union, by the way, who was a Ukrainian, okay, a citizen of Ukraine, while he's the premier. September 11, 2001 was the 30-year anniversary of Nikita Khrushchev's death. And I think that ties in with Bill Ayers and his Communist Socialist Manifesto that he planned in advance with the New York Times to have it published and be at the newspaper stands at dark 30 before the first planes were remotely guided or by uninterrupted pilot, what do you call it? Uninterrupted navigation systems, uninterrupted pilot navigation systems to basically run those two commercial airliners into the trade towers. Now, if you want to learn about direct energy hypothesis from about what they used to take down the towers on September 11, 2001, Dr. Judy Wood, I believe it's Dr. Judy Wood. I think she calls what happened on 9/11 dustification. Where did the towers go? Where did all that debris go? It just turned, you had steel beams turning into dust. Is that caused by commercial airliners? Remember, those two towers were built to withstand a direct hit from commercial airliners. That's how they were built. So remember, the Empire State Building was hit by a Army bomber. I think it was Army Air Corps, Army Air Force bomber. It hit. Go check that out. That's true history. It hit the Empire State Building. So, anyways, so Independence Day, I didn't talk about this in detail last night, but Independence Day is where I got the picture of the still picture of the countdown clock of the aliens, right? Aliens can be extraterrestrial or terrestrial from other countries or other belief systems like communism, socialism, whatever, fascism, whatever ism they have. Okay? So which goes against Article 4, Section 4. So if you go to Independence Day, the movie, you can watch that for free on Tubi, Tubi, if you have the app. You can watch that movie for free. Also, Independence Resurgence. Independence Resurgence. Now, those were directed by a guy that's part of the Rainbow community. You have to look up his bio to figure it out. Roland Emmerich. Whether this has anything to do with what I'm talking about, 9/11 or not, use your own imagination. Now, why did they stop the countdown? This was the countdown. I said it's the countdown at 9/11 when they fired their weapons and destroyed the Capitol building, the White House at D.C. What were they trying to destroy in D.C.? Well, there's another plane out there. They believe that was going to strike the Capitol building or the White House. Okay, remember the Weather Underground's history of attacks. Remember the war protesters? Remember they bombed? I think, police stations. Remember the Summer of Love? They bombed police stations. Okay, they bombed the Capitol building, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had the bombing. They were set up the bombing of the Capitol building, killing police. Remember who wants to defund the police? Remember who wants open borders, legalization of very, very dangerous drugs. Open Societies Institute, right? Billions of dollars are funneled into these to basically have open borders, to destroy our sovereignty and our economic, both of our geographical sovereignty and our economic sovereignty. So, why did in the movie the editors or the producers, why did they stop on 9/11? Remember, Independence Day came out in 1996. Independence Day came out in 1996. Okay, that's what, 3 years before 9/11? No, 5 years. 5 years before 9/11, or four and some change, whatever. Why did it stop at 9/11? I don't recall back then thinking about 9/11. I don't even know if we had the 9/11 system set up. I didn't. I don't think I ever called 9/11 ever when I was young like that. When the 9/11 system first came into effect, whatever. So what other foreign entities has control over or can monitor and conduct surveillance of the 9/11 calls? How can they tie that together with people they have on their watch list, which could be the salt of the earth, law-abiding citizens that may be whistleblowers in the future? I don't know. They got these people that set up SWAT conditions and that kind of thing. But anyways, this is going on. These aren't conspiracy theories. What I'm talking about, things that have already happened. Okay. Now, what I didn't realize, and I didn't, I didn't have the spiritual gift to basically talk about, but watch Independence Day and what weapon they used to take out the Capitol building, right? The White House and DC. What the mothership used. Now, that 9/11 was paused in that countdown, which after that 9 minutes and 11 seconds ended, that's when they fired the direct energy weapons. Is that just a coincidence of the theory of Dr. Woods of them using direct energy? She called it free energy. They had the technology. Well, was that terrestrial technology or non-terrestrial technology? Direct energy weapons back on 9/11, September 11, 2001. I don't know. I'm not read into it. If I was read into it, I wouldn't even be talking about it. This is just a normal guy, a normal citizen, right? Trying the best to put out the truth to keep this from ever happening again. In case some people forgot, we lost over 3,000 people on 9/11. I was sitting across the hall in my office from the Intel branch when I heard all the hoopla about the first tower getting hit. So why did they hit that first? Why did they target the trade towers? Well, probably there was a lot of information about where they were spending their money and that kind of thing, and there was offices in there and those buildings in the building 7 that could have had information that they did not want to have be revealed from the public. That's plausible. Remember plausible deniability? Remember before they took the president in the movie Independence Day to see the UFO that they basically had, and they were trying to figure out the technology to use it. Remember, they took the president in. He didn't have the clearance, right? And they tried to block them in the movie from going in there to see the UFO, right? That's back in 1996. And they said, you want to see the big, whatever they called it, the the big reveal, the big disclosure. They they allowed him to go into the where they had the dead remains of the ETs, the extraterrestrials, the actual aliens, right? In these glass cases, right, with this fluid going in to preserve. I don't know what they got, like a pickle, right? In these big containers. So, anyways, if you look at the movie and the technology, like let's see, um, telekinesis, or what do you call that? Mind control. What they have, that capability. Remember, they had to shoot that alien that they brought in. Remember, Will Smith dragged in with his parachute that ET was still alive, and he came back to life when they were trying to get his exosuit cut off, right, and exposed. But how much of this is actual truth that they've been hiding from us all this time? Remember, the universe is a very, 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 very big place. Remember, all the solar systems that there are, all the star solar systems that there are in this entire universe, to say that we're the only life form in the entire universe, and to try to put God in a box, which they can't never do, to say, well, he only created humans, right? Or mankind. Remember, angels are also called the sons of God, right? When you go to the concordance, you look it up for yourself. And if I'm wrong, somebody put in chat, correct me. In the Bible, it even talks about being able to visually see into another dimension, the heavenly dimension, which may be parallel spiritually with our dimension. So there's things that we cannot see. There's things that animals, creatures we have, that they can detect, like, okay, for example, if there's going to be an earthquake, they're saying that there's life forms out there, creatures that God created. And I've experienced gifts from animals before, and I've seen some amazing things from animals to basically alarm their the people that basically have them as pets and taking care of them, to alarm them. It happens all the time. Maybe it happens every day. Alarms good people of prowlers and all kinds of things. Their hearing and their eyesight, they're basically, if God gives them that spirit, that gift, what makes us think that God can't give the gifts that he gives to certain humans, of like seeing in different dimensions what we can't see? What makes us think that God can't give those a gift? I'm going to tell you the true story. I don't care who believes it or not. When I lived in another location, I had a real old dryer, and I had it in the guest bedroom closet. And Mrs. RH, she had a cat, right? A very, very, very good cat. And the door was closed. The door was closed basically to, it wasn't closed to to that bedroom. The outside door to the entrance to that bedroom was not closed, because that's where the litter box was. The door was closed to the washer and dryer closet. it was closed. For whatever reason, however it happened, that dryer basically activated, and it got so hot that dryer turned cherry red. And Mrs. RH was in the living room or whatever. I don't know where I was at the time. Oh, I think I was fighting aliens on Destiny or Halo, whatever. You know, I was protecting the sovereign planet Earth from an alien invasion. So I was really, really out there patriotic and, like Independence Day and all that kind of stuff, and providing protection of our nation, or training to provide protection of our nation. So, anyways, Midnight was her name. Midnight instinctively felt that there was something wrong. So she went out there. Mind you, she couldn't see, or maybe she could see the heat, maybe in an infrared type gift or whatever she may have had, whatever. She could see the heat of that door, that closet door, basically glowing a different color, saying, wait, hold on a second, that's way too hot. And she went up there and she started pawing at Mrs. RH, kept pawing at her to get her attention. And then once she got her attention, she'd start walking towards the bedroom, which was her room, basically. That we always kept that closet door closed so she wouldn't get in there. We had clothes hanging up and that kind of thing in that closet, whatever. We didn't want damaged or anything like that. So she finally got the attention of Mrs. RH, and she followed her, Midnight, into that guest bathroom, and she started pawing at that closet door. Well, when she went in there, she opened up the door, and that heat just basically, the heat wave just hit her in the face, right? And she called me. And I went in there. Remember, the dryer was turned off. See, everybody leaves, right? Everybody leaves. The dryer was turned off. When I opened up the door, see, that's part of shadow banning. That's what they do. They make sure that this channel doesn't go out there because they don't like what I'm saying. I don't care. I'm an American. You might not believe this. I don't care. There's no motive. Remember, I'm not monetized. This is just a fact. I was a God's creature that he gave Mrs. RH to basically warn us of that impending blaze or fire before it broke out. When I got in there, I opened the top of that dryer was like, because I could feel the heat. The top of the fire of the dryer was like it would burn your hand if actually you placed your hand on it and kept it there. I opened up the front door, the door of that dryer. It was orange like lava inside there. That it was so hot, and it was plugged into the 220 plug. I went to the breaker box, which was in that closet, and turned the breaker off. It did not turn off the dryer. Wait a minute. No, the dryer was turned off, and I flipped the breaker off. And I had to wait for that dryer to cool down, and I had to unplug that dryer and basically take it out to the road to be picked up. And one time I had a really bad headache at midnight, and I was laying on the couch where I protect the sovereignty of planet Earth from an alien invasion, whatever. That headache I had, Midnight came up behind me on the armrest of that couch behind me, and she rubbed her head against my head, that 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 headache immediately, I found a warm sensation in my head, right? And that headache immediately disappeared. So a lot of people out there are superstitious. They don't believe that God created these creatures, and God can give them the gifts to help us out. So even angels, right? Angels, the good angels, not the fallen angels. The fallen angels, in my opinion, unless some of them are converted and stopped rebelling against God, and they started working for God again to help humanity, all of humanity, God's creation. By the way, planet Earth is our domain. God created planet Earth for us, for all of us, for his people. Remember, God created both men and women, right? Both men and women. And he basically divides out spiritual gifts to those he chooses to give that out to. So, shadow band, one viewer on. So this is evidence that they're still doing this because they don't want me to talk about this. Okay, so 9/11. Why did that movie stop the countdown of that clock of the ETs, extraterrestrials, of their direct energy hit on the trade towers? That's just opinions. I hope Dr. Judy Wood is still out there, kicking up the truth, putting out the truth. I hope she is. And there's a dispute between direct energy weapons being used and explosive demolitions. I'm in the camp that there possibly was both, based on Building 7. Based on Building 7. So, yeah, why did, oh yeah, and the President of the United States didn't have basically the security clearance to go into, what do you call that? Area 51. Now, just trivial. I didn't even realize this. As far as Area 111 is concerned, 11111 is concerned, those are 5 ones. Area what? 5 ones. Does that give people a clue? There's human beings that work in Area 51 as well. There's human beings. I know one that was programming a game, was going to invite me to basically review his game. What do they call that? Do the beta testing on it. That's pretty cool. But he never, ever released information that could basically cause great harm to our country or little harm. Never, ever revealed that. Great guy. Great guy. I do believe he's a cancer survivor now. I haven't talked to him in quite a long time now, but hopefully I can contact him again. Oh, Reach, you're just trying to embellish your career. You're just trying to embellish your career. Really? Embellish? What do I need to embellish? My career's been over for like 24 years, going on 25 years. What do I need to embellish as far as my service to country, which I served honorably 21 years, 2 months, and 4 days. What is there for me to embellish for what I've already done as far as my service to country? There's nothing I could think of. You know, sometimes we talk about our background, so it gives us a little bit of credibility. Don't you think somebody that served and worked for NORAD and NATO has a little bit in command and control, has a little bit of knowledge that's in the public domain already that he or she can talk about to give insight to people in the private sector to help them understand certain things better? Do you want to see the certificates? You want to see my retirement certificate signed by George W. Bush? You want to see it? You want to see the nice letter I got from President Bill Clinton when I was basically saying, you know, that was a private matter that shouldn't be spread all across the world about whatever his intimate moments. You know, I didn't support that. In pulling out somebody out, oh, Desert Stormy Daniels, Special Agent Desert Stormy Daniels. You know that she tried to get her name on the ballot. She was a politician. She supported Hillary Clinton. She tried to get monetized to be on the ballot of the U.S. Senate seat in Louisiana. Oh, Operations Desert Stormy. And the Mockingbird media would never mention her real name, Stephanie Clifford. Why do you think that is? See, one person come in and out. Surprised they ain't preempted the channel yet. Maybe that's what they got. What is preempting? Preempting is the same technique as you can equate that to like lag switching. What is lag switching, RH? Says the guy that's ignorant about technology. Ignorant about technology, right? What is preempting? Well, preempting is where somebody, remember those old switchboards? Go back to like the White House switchboard where they have those like pins and they plug in those cables. They move those cables to another place, like you know, to the, for example, the Oval Office. Well, when they want to disconnect that communication, they pull that cable out. Well, lag switching is a gaming cheat that they use where they pull out their connection to their internet, right? And whoever's trying to take down, use like capture the flag, for example, right? Capture the flag games. No, if you're the ones that's lag switching, you're cheating. When you pull that cable out from the internet, your character disappears. So your gaming enemy can't see where you are anymore. Then you pop up somewhere else, and then you're shooting at that person's, whoever's the cheater shoots at that enemy. So they pull the plug, right? So that's what preempting is. They have ability to pull, either remotely control your connection and basically pull your connection. Now I'm gonna talk about something. If you have any friends, there's people over on Rumble. If you have any friends, I haven't viewed Rumble to see how many viewers are there on Rumble. Let me see here. Star 58. Hey, Star 58, great to see you. Yeah. Please share the YouTube link. I mean, I have over 100,000 views on Rumble, but a lot of people, as far as are not technological savvy, as far as, you know, bringing up. I even have a good friend that can't bring up Rumble when they go to my channel. The channel on Rumble, when you're going to and you hit the search bar, search for the channel, my channel is Area 111, capital A for area, the word area 111, the number's 111 without a space, okay? Without a space. And it's got a capital letter A with a blue background. Now there's another area 111 out there. If you click on that, you're not going to be able to go to the live channel. But I have a really good friend that when that person clicks on area 111, nothing comes up. She has a black screen. And I see that's part of the shadow banning. So obviously they're doing it on Rumble as well as they're doing on YouTube. YouTube is the worst. Right now on YouTube, I have 0 viewers. 0 viewers. That's against the law, by the way. You know, they're supposed to be fined. These social media platforms that are allowing their channels to be censored with information, these are and just like myself, everyone has earned the right, especially American citizens, to earn the right to put out their opinions, whether somebody likes them or not. Nobody's calling for violence on this channel. Nobody's calling for lawlessness on this channel. This is a law and order channel. And you can't tell me that from the day, Star, you remember, back in the day, I was having thousands of viewers for every live stream, and they wouldn't dwindle. They would increase as the channel went on, as people found out, okay, RH is live, right, on Rumble. So if you go to the channel and you look at it, I've had over 100,000 views. You go to YouTube and you look at it, because of all the throttling back and shadow banning that they do over on YouTube still, I have to this day only 15,000 views. Only 15,000 views from over 100,000 views on Rumble. And I'm not complaining because I'm the only reason why I'm complaining is because I use hours and hours and hours, thousands of hours, since going all the way back to 2008, to collect all this information as a researcher, like an independent, what do you call it? Independent journalist, like a freelance journalist, not getting paid. Remember, not getting paid a penny. Now, there were some people that started donating to me on Rumble, and I was asking people, please don't donate, money to me on Rumble. I'm doing this as a service to our country. But if you want RH to have a more upgraded, updated live stream, and have a producer and an editor, and have like our own studio, if you want that from me, and if you wish to donate, I'm not going to basically turn aside your blessings. And somebody told me, RH, those are your blessings. It's like when you tithe, you put the tithe in that basket, right? And it's like everything you had to be able to tithe, your 10%, whatever, and you had all these bills and you're so far in debt, whatever, and you put money in that tithing basket, and they go in there, the leader there in that facility, right? Because I'm not going to talk bad about any church or any pastor or priest or whatever, right? That's not my style. I don't do that. I don't want people to do it to me. I don't want people to do it to them. Now, if they're out there libel slandering people like that, they're going to get called out. And people like myself will call them out if we catch that. Libel slandering other people. Or not talking biblical, not teaching the Bible, actually, chapter by chapter, verse by verse, whatever. Just teaching their own words. Yeah, of course, some things need to be transliterated in our tongue, or translated in our tongue, whatever. So the difference between transliteration and translation is the description of what you're talking about, right? The true description. Transliteration is when you're saying a name, like, for example, Joshua, the son of Nun, into Aramaic is Yeshua. Yeshua, the short name of Yehoshua, the son of Nun. Joshua, the son of Nun, is the English name. It's in Hebrews chapter 4, verse 8. It's basically translated. Jesus is translated to Joshua because Jesus is Greek, and it's it's not the English language. And the reason why I'm saying this is Yehoshua, which is the full name of Joshua, the son of Nun, in the book of Joshua. The book of Joshua is spelled Joshua, Josha, Joshua. I think I spelled it right. I can't think right now. I'm kind of like discombobulated still. But anyways, I didn't want to really get off. But transliteration is when you're using names. Many of our names are sounded differently in different languages. So that's what an example of a transliteration. Joshua to Yeshua, the son of Nun. That's Yeshua is a transliteration from the English name Joshua, which is Joshua, the English name for Jesus, right? Yeshu, right? Yeshu, okay? The transliteration, again, from Joshua in Aramaic is a short nickname for Yehoshua, Yeshua. And you can go to Bible Hub, click on any verse that says Jesus, go to the Bible Hub and scroll down to the Aramaic version of the Bible, and you can get those names for yourself. So it is biblical. It is biblical. When you hear these names and you're not familiar with them, you're just familiar with Jesus, for example, or Isaiah, for example, those, or Elijah or Elisha, you can go get the Aramaic names in the Bible Hub. All you got to do is, for example, just use an example, type the chapter and verse and the book and type in their Bible Hub right after that in your browser, and it will come out. And you click on the parallel tab where you can see all the parallel verses, so you can see all the different languages. So you can distinguish between transliteration and a translation. So translations you get from the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance of the Bible. Okay, that's where you get the translations. All right, so carrying on. And that's going to make a lot of people very, very angry. I understand. But don't be superstitious and nothing like that. Just search the truth for yourself and grow in the Word of God. And I'm not preaching at anybody, right? Not preaching at anything. But anyways, thanks a lot for everyone that's over on Rumble and YouTube. Believe me, I'm not an antichrist. So God forbid. Get back to YouTube. Make sure we're still live. Okay, it appears we are. So again, I'm asking people to share the link, and that when you share the link to your and they got these surveillance links. And if you click on a link, right, and you see these, like it's like got 1,000 lines to the link. If you go to the base link, whatever link you're trying to share, and you're sharing that, and you click on that, whoever's sharing you a link, and when you pull it up, that link, to click on the link, and it comes up, and you see like 1,000 lines or 5 or 6 lines of alphanumeric characters, right? Uh, go back to the very ending character of that link and peel off everything all the way to the question mark. When you when you take off that question mark, and everything after that question mark gives you the root link that you're trying to share, and takes away their surveillance tracking modems they use to censor out you on the social media channels. Okay, so that's a very, I learned that a long time ago. I was talking about a guy that, like, people like Adam Schiff were trying to protect. What's his name? So they can conduct surveillance when you're sharing your information to all the different channels, like to Rumble, whatever. What do you call that? I forgot all the names. There's an there's a social media platform, starts with a T, I think it is. Whatever, what other media channel that, or internet provider, whatever, or whatever you're using to share the information with, um, you have to peel off that they are conducting surveillance. They're seeing, based on the algorithms, how popular you are, and whenever you're getting out to too many people, that's when they'll start throttling you back and conducting the censorship to keep you. And they'll censor every single channel. It'll even be Rumble. You'll be watching it, and it'll go to a black screen, right? Or a commercial will pop up, and like about 10-minute long commercials. You'll try to back out of the commercials, go back and reestablish the link, and it won't let you into the anymore. Like my friend thou shalt not covet, right?